Good afternoon everybody, and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of Endless Space 2. Specifically, we're going to start a new game after my disastrous attempt last time. We'll go for all the defaults again. I don't see any reason not to. Yep, that all looks reasonable to me. So, let's start our new game. So, I'm still learning. There's still a lot going on that I don't understand, but I think the two big takeaways from last time is don't start wars early. This isn't a 4X game where, generally speaking, the player can just outperform the computer from the very beginning, in military terms. We can skip that, we've seen it already.
Peace and prosperity for the Empire.
And
Usurpers have been vanquished. Disagreements resolved.
I think the other thing...
Wars ended.
Hold on.
The Empire is truly united. Now is the time for your great nation to forge a path to the stars, to bring your great civilization to other worlds, to impress upon any other races you discover that your way is the best way.
Yes, so as I was saying, the first one is don't start wars too early. Of course, it's possible that if I knew more about the game, then it would be possible to be more aggressive early, but I don't. This isn't a game where, like, a human player mass-producing military units right at the start without knowing the game, at least, isn't going to be able to compete with a computer. The other thing, I think, is... now I have a slightly better idea about how the world upgrades work. That's probably something we should be prioritizing earlier. So, that's the plan. Now let's see if I can actually remember the interface to this game. Right. So we actually have two systems that are colonizable. I say two systems, two planets that are colonizable here already. Why is only one showing up there then? That says colonizable. Oh no, two are sorry, that's my mistake. Two are inhospitable, one's colonizable, one's colonized. That makes sense. Okie doke. So the first thing I think we should actually build is something to increase our production. Probably these two. Let's get those two done. Wait, did I click the right one? I clicked the wrong one there. That's the one I meant. And then we probably want some patrol boats followed by some settlers and some patrol boats. I'm not sure why I'm calling them boats. Some patrol vessels. That looks good to me. Right, what do we have here? We have a settler and we have a patrol vessel. Let's send this one out to... actually, do we have any curiosities here that we want investigated? Looks like it. Hyperium, average deposit, a word coined by contracting hyper-deuterium. This is a high isotope of hydrogen whose extreme density makes it an ideal source of fuel. But we can't utilize that yet. And then there's this other anomaly, this life form anomaly. So before we send the patrol vessel out, let's investigate the anomaly. Oh, there's another one. Subterranean. Curiosity. An unusual underground reading has been registered, either natural or artificial. So yes, we'll have them investigate those two things. Expedition successful on Nerod 2. And we seem to have found some Hyperium deposits. Fair enough. And here. This was the life form anomaly, wasn't it? Reserve. Blue cap mold. Okay. Lots of blue cap mold, it would seem. Now we will send them out to explore the galaxy, assuming we're allowed. Auto-explore. Right, they should go off. We'll leave the settlers here for now. Where is this? Okay, a neighbouring system that for some reason we already know about. Perhaps if they're sufficiently close you do? But there's nowhere we can settle there anyway. The final thing... Right. Another thing I'm going to do differently from last time is I don't think I'm going to enact any laws at this stage. It seemed to me that laws were expensive. Maybe, actually. How much do they actually cost me to keep in effect, though? Because I seem to remember almost bankrupting myself last time, trying to keep one or the other laws in place. If the only effects are more science per citizen and less appeal, then I think that's a good deal. Because I think I'm going to try for the science victory this time. One of the main reasons I want to go for the science victory, beside it seeming like a relatively straightforward one that wouldn't require me to have necessarily the best knowledge of the game in the world, is because it seems like it's a strategy which could very easily be modified later on. So if we were ahead on the tech tree and then suddenly it became apparent that we'd have to go to war, then we could swap to a military victory instead quite easily, you would assume, because you would assume we would have a technological advantage. I don't know how that will play out, but that's my thinking. Believing that the standard of education is not where it should be, students at all levels have additional courses in math, sciences and technology. The additional effort to improve technical knowledge will pay off, but there are a lot of unhappy scholars out there. Okay. Assuming it isn't going to cost us money, because it doesn't seem to indicate it will, I'll put that into effect. Yeah, we seem good. So the only other thing is we need to decide what to research next. I think we should probably prioritise exploration and empire development, possibly? Wasn't there something really, really important in empire development? I could have sworn there was. I just don't remember what it was. Oh, access to the academy, possibly. You know, I think it might have been. I might be wrong, it might have been one of the other ones I was thinking of. Well, let's try for that one anyway. Okie doke, we have a plan. And perhaps a save is in order. Yeah, we're never going back to our old game, so I may as well save over it. Well done. Through fair or foul means your empire has acquired some strategic resources. Critical to the creation of a stronger society, their possessions should always be treated with utmost seriousness. 6 different types of strategic resources exist in the galaxy. They can be used to help build more sophisticated improvements or ship modules, once the necessary research has been performed in the technology tree. Okay. So they are titanium, Hyperium, adamantium, antimatter, auricle kicks, or 6 possibly, Oracle 6, and Quadinix. Okay. What else? When revealed, strategic resources are automatically exploited from your planet, provided the requisite technologies have been researched. Other means of gathering them include exploring curiosities, completing quests, diplomatic exchanges, and buying on the marketplace. Wonderful. Right. Oh, unassigned. That's a good point. Let's assign you to our main system. And he's an industrialist. Okie dokie. I think we read that before in the last playthrough. Wonderful. Right, why hasn't the scout ship left? Sorry, the patrol ship. Move automatically to closest unexplored system. Why is it not doing so? Right, what do we have here? Inhospitable. So for now, that's of no use. Oops, I didn't mean to hack. How do I close that? Oh, not the tutorial, I want to... There we go. Forgetting how the interface works again. Right, let's see if he will this ship will actually auto-explore now. Or if I'm going to have to manage it manually. Oh, someone's here already. Yeah, we'll do that one. I won't bother reading it because I'm pretty sure that's the same mission we did last time. Yeah, he's not going to auto-explore, is he? Oh, now he is. How odd. Yeah, we need to research the various exploration technologies as a priority, I think. What's this? Large ice, large barren, huge ice, large gas, temperate, small ice. Okay, maybe we just are in a part of the galaxy with a lot of really not great planets. Oh, small savanna. Okay. I'll tell you what I should have added to the end of that list. In fact, probably before all the patrol ships. Settling, colonizing this planet. Right, I can change the order, it seems. That seems sensible. Excellent. Let's keep going then. Oh, this one doesn't connect anywhere. Interesting. I'd love to send the settlers somewhere, but I don't have anywhere to send them to. So they'll just have to be idle for now. What do we have here? One colonizable planet. Wonderful, we've just researched technology. Right, let's actually put that Academy Embassy right up the list. I assume it's important. Okay, this is going to take a very long time. In which case I will have it at the bottom, which is a shame. Actually, is there anything... that'll help us with our research. I do actually want that as well. There we go. That looks like a sensible order to me. Or maybe that. We'll go with that, I think. So maybe that's what those symbols mean. Maybe it's telling us which of these are colonized and which are... Yes, this one's colonized. Understood. So that's a shortcut to seeing which planets are inhospitable, which ones are colonized, which ones are colonizable, and so on. We can just look at those little dots. Very nice. Well, I am certainly going to send our settlers off. To colonize over here. Oh, good point. I forgot to select the next technology. Which technology gives us the ability to colonize Savannah, I wonder? Mediterranean tundra, I think that said. I didn't think Savannah was all that far off. Colonize arid, there it is. So there and there, perhaps? Let's go that and that then, and go from there. Yeah. I'm not really that familiar with the hacking in the game yet, but I don't think there's anything we particularly want to hack right now, so far as I'm aware. Oh, interesting. Is there a system approximately here that connects here and here? Connects Nimrod to Kochab. And how's this going? Wonderfully. Unlock 18 technologies from the military quadrant. Ooh. I doubt we'll get that, simply, even though I want to obviously get a science victory, I don't think military is going to be our first priority. I was wondering how we... Wait, I just realised this is a dead end. This changes things. If this is a dead end, then this civilization has nowhere to go. Hold on, let's check on the diplomatic screen. Do we know who's living there? We don't. Why don't we know? Oh, is this where the academy is based? Interesting. See, I was just thinking, it is really interesting that this is apparently some sort of dead end. Because if this were a rival faction, I would be thinking of invading here very early and just taking them over before they have a chance to expand anywhere else. But since it's the academy, I'm assuming I'm not supposed to do that. There would probably be consequences to that. But it does make me think maybe I should prioritize colonizing this system anyway. So I have the one that's adjacent to it. Okay. If I wanted to do that, I need to be able to colonize either barren or waste. Which technology would I need for that? That's snow. That's ice. Oh, interesting. Snow is distinct from Arctic. That's desert. That's arid. I'm still looking for barren. To see which comes first. I'm guessing ice does, until I actually spot barren. I can't know that. Right, that's snow. That's steppes. That's ice. Where is barren? That's Arctic. That's desert. It feels like that's as far as it goes. Am I missing something? Well, my best bet then is probably to prioritize the snow and then the ice. But I do find it a little weird that I can't find a colonized barren technology. Unless barren is the game's way of telling you that this can never be colonized. I guess that's possible. Alright. Why was I researching this one? Yeah, I don't think that's... I think that was to get the colonized Mediterranean. But right now, I think the priority is to get ice. That's Arctic, that's ice. Okay. Let's keep going then. Oh, is this a pirate planet? It is, and I'm under attack, it would seem. Role attacker. Right, but who does this belong to? Is there any way I can tell which faction it is? And should I attack or should I retreat? I have no idea how good they actually are at defending themselves. Right, the enemy have more health. They have more people on board for a ground battle. Projectile energy balance. I don't know what that means. I think our weapons are marginally better. Do we have shields? How would I know? I still don't really know how the combat works. Let's just fight and see what happens. They are pirates, okay. Currently we're winning, but it's looks like it's going to go in the pirates' favour. It's very close, actually. Are we just equally inept? Is that what's going on here? Decisive victory. Although we were nearly wiped out in the attempt. I assume that doesn't matter very much though, because we're going to use them to colonize immediately anyway. Oh yeah, look at our health. 264 out of 1,500. Anyway, we won. That's odd. Unavailable. So I could be wrong. I think since we first got here to now, pirates have moved in. Well, I mean, we have the settlers here now. I guess we try and invade? No, that was a very bad decision. But I don't think I can cancel now. Can I definitely not cancel? Has that cancelled? Okay, we'll just leave then. Since there's nothing else to be done. Yes, I guess once we have... We're going to have to make dealing with these pirates a priority, unfortunately. That means researching the relevant technology, but I still think colonizing the ice planet takes priority. Eh? But we've left. Okie doke. I don't want to do a fight. Cancel. The game's not letting me. So did we just leave people on the planet? Oh dear. Is this covering something up? No, minimize, show location, watch. Oh, I could have just turned off watch for all those other fights. Yeah, about what you'd expect. That's a pity. Oh, I should have cancelled that, shouldn't I? Neutral hackers active. Pirates and minor civilizations now have access to hacking operations. Okay. Speaking of hacking, we probably should have set up some sort of defense. Okie doke. Right, let's keep going. How is the exploring going? More places to colonize. That's good. This is colonized though. Okie doke. So does that mean we now have access to another civilization? No. I wonder if this is just a minor civilization then. Let's keep them there. How long till we get the next patrol ship? 1 turn, yeah. So once both patrol ships are available, I think we'll send them both down to deal with the pirates. And hope we win. Hold on, how much manpower does each one bring? Nothing like enough. Okay. Maybe that's not a good call then. Backtrack the past of the heroes by exploring 5 atmospheric curiosities. We didn't get that. Right, why do we not have access to the next tier? What is it that makes the next tier of technology accessible? This technology stage has not yet been unlocked. You must research technologies from the previous stage. Okay, but what is it that makes the next stage available? I wish I knew. Right, what was it that gave access to military ships? Was this it? I believe so. Okay, so we'll research that in preparation for dealing with the pirates. Let's send the first patrol vessel over then, or the first new one, just to keep an eye on the pirates, make sure they're not building a fleet to deal with us. The number of turns before a new pirate fleet appears. Interesting. Interesting. Okie doke. Are there any curiosities to be investigated? There are. Interesting. Why can't I pick that one when I have enough influence? There are no pirate reinforcements to sabotage. Okay. Right, let's... Stops enemy ships for 1 turn when entering orbit. Okay, I guess. Oh goodness. Should the government really be giving official support to political parties? Goodness me, we are producing things quickly, aren't we?
I greet you in the name of the 4 families.
Goodness. Huh. Wonder who they are. Okie doke. Right, where are we settling next? Where even has unsettled settleable planets? Oh, okay. We can just colonize here, can't we? Yeah. Right, nothing to colonize there. Potentially here, but it is colonized, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay, well then I guess we'll be sending the fleet up that way. At least part of it. No, let's send it all up. I'm not too worried about the pirates right now, because we have at least 1 vessel over there. So interesting that they seem to have a combined build queue, not for individual planets. I wonder how that actually works. Well, was it we discovered the other civilization that we now have contact with? I can't tell. How strange. Goodness. Ah, there's curiosities here to be explored. How many curiosities are there here to explore? 1, 2. Okay. So in retrospect, I think I'd have been better off leaving 1 patrol ship there. Oh well, there'll be plenty of time for that. Battle? Oh, this must be over in the pirate lair. Okay. Let's not watch, let's just find out the result. We won, but just barely. Well, that's still useful because it's preventing them from building up a big fleet and attacking us properly, which is buying us time. Right. So where were we? I wanted to colonize one of the worlds here. What's going on here then? Oh dear, I hope the game hasn't crashed. Hello? Oh dear, the game doesn't seem to be responding. How long should we give it? Another 30 seconds before we assume that it's not coming back? Nope, doesn't look like it's a lucky day, does it? Okay. Oh, no, it's come back to life. Let's save here then. Right, where were we? Let's have a look at those anomalies, shall we? Super spuds? Goodness. Okie doke. More super spuds. Right, that was productive. Right, nothing we can colonize there. Nothing we can colonize there. Oh dear, we're a bit out of luck, aren't we? What are we researching? Okay, efficient shields, and we'll get that in one turn. If that's the case, let's just send these patrol ships out on auto-explore. The more of the galaxy we know, the better. Right, wonderful. Yes, let's have some corvettes. 5, I think, for helping deal with the pirate threat. Can't tell if that's 5 or 6. Either way. Inmos's hacking operation has been successfully traced. But I wasn't hacking anybody. Oh, I see, someone was hacking us. Okay, observe and wait, I suppose. I don't know who was hacking us. Oh, these individuals, it would seem. I wonder why. Let's use our influence for good here. And let's see if we can hack them actually to make them like us more. Nerod compromised. Your system narrator has been hacked. The efforts may be immediately visible or may require you to investigate further. Looks alright to me, for now at least. How are they recovering? They're not recovering, are they? That is a problem. How long till the next pirate fleet?
We've seen eels more trustworthy than you.
Huh, diplomatic message. Charming. I assume this is the same group? I can't be sure. That patrol ship's just going to get destroyed, so let's send them home, and then they'll have to come back. Once they've recovered. Diplomatic relation changed with Ida. Wonderful. Wonderful too. Wait, why is this system colonized? It shouldn't be. Oh, the academy is spreading. Okay, well then I can't take this world, can I? Well, I suppose on the bright side, they can't spread any further without going through me. Population decreasing. Huh. What looked like a huge asteroid approaching one of your system's stars turned out to be a fragment of an ancient planet that burst ages ago. What makes it different are the remains of strange alien structures on it. What will you do before the planetary fragment flames into the sun? Forgotten science, +1 random technology. Make them pay, which gives us influence and income for 10 turns. Or respect the dead. Increase science in the Empire. How much am I generating per turn, and how do I check? Okay, I'm producing 81 per turn, so this would get me a net of, well, presumably 81, because it's 10% for 10 turns, or I can just have technology straight up. That sounds better. Then again, it's on a random technology, so it's not necessarily one that I would have wanted to research yet. One of the blue, literally. Oh, sorry, out of the blue, literally. A new minor faction has abruptly moved onto one of your planets. Okay, we've seen that one before, so be it. Oh, we're under attack from pirates again. Presumably they sent them to our home world? Yes. That's fine. We'll have a proper military very shortly. Hey! This is going well. Yep, let's keep it going. Wait, has this been colonized? Okay, we can colonize this system now. Who's here and what have they sent? Lost Horatio. How do I know if they can colonize? I don't think I do, but the absence of the presence of probes is encouraging. Okay. Settlers. Up here, please. Just in case, let's colonize as quickly as we can. Oh, is someone else colonized over here now? Yes. Oh no, we have. I guess we don't need the ice world colonization so desperately now. So let's keep pressing for more science and exploration, I guess. Right, pirates up there. A lot of uncolonized worlds that, yeah, if we play our cards right, do we know if this is connected to anywhere? I think we have been down there and it isn't. So that suggests if we make this our next colonization priority. Rival outpost we can't. Then it'll have to be here, I guess. Oh, this is already colonized by the group that we're trying to befriend. Yeah, so most of this could become ours then. Okie doke. You discovered the planet Tor, the endless society developed on this large cool planet, orbiting a star that they called Prime. Though it is the birthplace of this culture that dominated the galaxy for centuries, they were forced to depart when overexploitation destabilized the core and crust, triggering seismic changes. Though it is a treasure of artifacts and holds a near mystical reputation, its history is one of sorrow. From orbit, this planet is visually uninteresting, silent and undeveloped. It turns beneath the glare of an indifferent star. History and legend claim it as one of the great centres of virtual study, however, and the seat of the sub-faction commonly known as the Cabal of Pure Thought. Should these tales be true, the planet would be rich with power generation centres, networks, and a planet-wide infrastructure of superconducting cables. Until there is a way to render these visible, however, the planet merely appears as it is. Travel between two solar systems without using the star lanes. I've forgotten what technology we needed for that. Oh, it was wave function control, wasn't it? I had thought. Maybe it isn't. Compact fusion methods, maybe? Huh. Oh, we already have it. It's baryonic shielding. Oops, I missed that. Diplomatic relations changed with Ida. They're now friendly. Hacking successful. Create backdoor. Backdoor can be hidden in the range of networked infrastructure, but most often target widespread critical systems. Create a hidden backdoor which allows new hacking operations from this node and grants increased hacking speed on neighboring nodes. Improve image. I think that's what we want. Oh goodness, we should have colonized here already. Oh my goodness. What an interesting place. Pirate mark placed on Nerod. Your system Nerod has been marked as the target of a pirate contract. Was that done by the Horatio because they wanted this system or something? It does seem a little suspicious, doesn't it? Ooh, hold on. Maybe we can take this world from underneath someone's feet. If we get the technology for colonizing ice, which one's that? Ice worlds. Wave function control. Make that a priority. Can I just buy it? I don't have anything like the amount of influence I would need. Let's make that a priority though. That's a big priority. Is there anything I can do to increase the rate at which we get it? Yes. Quite a lot actually. Means postponing the attack on the pirates, but that's probably worth it. Right, how long will all this take? Like that will take too long. So cancel that. Oh, maybe it's the magnetic field generators that take too long. No, it's the Endless Research Park. Okay. And then a settler. I'm just wondering, can we get a settler there so quickly? Can we get them quickly enough that we can actually build a settlement there before the other civilization can build? Can we get a settlement there and an outpost built before the other group can establish theirs? Worth a go, I'd have thought. Oh, we probably should start another hacking operation. Improve our image more. Hey, wonderful. Keep for 10 turns, keep Esh system clear of enemy ships. Well, we can try. Oh, the summit was a disaster. Sightings of hostile ships in the galactic neighborhood caused a diplomatic panic in Esh and ended the summit 10 days early. I just received that quest. Did I get that? Objective achieved. I don't think that was me though. Grave defeat? That's not good. Is that in our home world? No. Where were we attacked then? Oh, at Esh. Nope. It wasn't. How strange. Oh, maybe it was. No, they haven't attacked yet. Ah. Right, food is important. Goodness me. They're going to take a long time to build. I wonder, this is probably a case where you would normally just buy them out. That would be almost all my influence though. That's probably worth it though. Yes, you can see the difference it's made. There's no point, is there? Right, what's going on here? I don't have a military to deal with this. Well, I guess we'll just have to see what happens.
Generosity is a trait of the honorable.
Understood.
Be content. Fortune smiles. for Horatio is willing to speak with you.
Oh, thank you. Very noble of you. Goodness. I don't think we're getting this system before they do. Oh, it's already colonized. Your fleet enters the system Gistrad and has barely slowed from super light speed when a belt of rock circling one of the planets starts to peel off and head toward you on a carefully calibrated collision course. With your current inertia and momentum, unfortunately, a course change is impossible. Study. Minus 20% fleet health on the Garrison 1st Defenders Navy or Destroy. Minus 2 movement points on the ships on the Garrison's 1st Defender Fleet. Yeah, let's study. Goodness. This is bad. I can't tell how much of a threat the pirates actually are. Yeah, they've colonized the system already. So taking this system's out of the question. So much for that plan. There we go. So are the pirates actually going to attack and try and take the planet, or are they just going to hang in orbit and kill any fleet I build? Your fleet enters an unnamed system and has barely slowed... Oh, we've read all that. Focusing on scientific investigation, you study this system and its effects to gain an industry bonus, but doing so puts you in harm's way. Your fleet is damaged but survives. The secret of the sophisticated magnets and guidance system will prove worthwhile in your industries. Plus 15 industry on colonies on Empire for 10 terms. Increases industrialist political ideology. The Galactic Census is coming up, and although you have greater worries on your mind, remember what one of your wisest advisors once said, that a great leader is often judged not by his actions, but by the statistics he leaves behind. Perhaps it is worth investing a bit of effort to leave your mark on history, as the databases will remember it. Parade. In less than 20 turns, possess 2 ships of at least so much offensive power. Build. Let's go with Parade. Since we're planning to build a bunch of corvettes anyway. I don't know how we judge military power though. Oh my goodness, so many enemy ships. Or so many, so many foreign ships, some enemies, some not. Oh, we can't quite assimilate yet because we don't have the influence. I believe giving the ecologists support helps with colonization. So I've heard. I'm not sure how. Force law activated. The Lord Dust Windfall has been activated in your empire. We're losing dust now.
You're one of our favorite fish in this galactic sea.
Don't be angry. You do the same in our place. It's just business. I don't know what you're referring to. Ooh, another system, and one that's colonizable. We may have to go there. Once I've dealt with the pirate threat. Understood. Don't know how I deal with the low manpower, but I understand. Oh, we're losing money quite quickly now. That must be due to the fleet I'm building up. Decisive victory, wonderful. Again, another decisive victory. Right, now let's send them over here. And let's build some settlers. I cannot afford the resource cost. I need more of one of these resources, it would seem. That one. Oh, we should have the... This faction is already bound to another empire. I can't assimilate them. What a nuisance. Perhaps that's what that message was about. That's really cut us off, actually. What a nuisance. Call a spaceman a spaceman. On some of your systems, an antiquated classification scheme used to categorize minor civilization citizens as a religious community up in arms. The classification system is mostly meaningless at this point, but to officially accede to the protesters' demands would be a small bureaucratic nightmare. Ignore. Less appeal on systems increases scientist political ideology. Change. Less production increases religious political ideology. I have no reason to want to do that, so I guess the first. Okie dokie. Has that made any of the nearby systems more colonizable? I don't think so. Wait, is there an outpost here now? No. Oh, I see. It can't be colonized because it's a unique world, it would seem. Huh. Okie doke. Thank you for telling me. Perhaps it's time for a save before anything can go wrong. Nerod compromised. Looks alright. For now. Alright, time for an invasion. Okay, I suppose. Not really sure what the long-term significance of that is going to be. What are we looking for? I was just thinking, wasn't there a technology that significantly helps invasion? Have I made that up? Looks like that would take a while. Oh no. Perhaps not. Let's start investing in some military then. Alright, that's a priority. Yep, that looks good enough. So far as I can tell. Oh, we do have a settler built now, but nowhere to settle. I don't think. Well, I'm sure someone will turn up. Minor victory. We may have these pirates. Hey! The lair of opportunists and criminals was damaged beyond repair in an assault led by the troops of El Magnifico. By the time the armed base fell out of orbit, preemptive strikes disabled all resistance. Okay, and now we have somewhere to colonize. Wonderful. Ah, that'll be the problem. Ah, I didn't appreciate that. That's a problem. Okay. We'll send the fleet back then. And we'll make sure we get another settler built in the near future. Okie doke. Well, we're doing alright for now, I think. The new industrialist movement on Bunders is causing more problems than you would like. Apparently, some political organisations have been spearheading a civilian movement to tear down the old, destroying valuable cultural monuments and priceless artefacts in an attempt to usher in a new industrial era. If this is allowed to continue, intellectualism and innovation on Bunders will be crippled for decades to come. Still, the near fanatical energy of this movement is doing wonders for the systems industry. What will you do? So it'll either increase research and hamper industry, or the reverse. I think we'll go with industry in this case because it's only recently been colonized. It's not going to be contributing much research at this point, so just having them build a bit quicker probably is the most useful thing they could do. I wonder if I could use a hacking operation to break up this cultural assimilation that's taken place. Worth a go. Is the fleet not back yet? Oh, the fleet is back, and we have our settler. So clearly the pirate scarpered. Or didn't? Retreat. Oh no, there's our fleet. My mistake.
The roles have been assigned.
Wonderful.
Any change is
Decisive victory, wonderful. Oh goodness, there's even more. And we lost a corvette. Oh my goodness. Someone really doesn't like us. Okay. Now please go to the world to colonize before someone else colonizes it. In fact, I am half tempted to build more settlers because I think they'll get there faster. No, they won't, I don't think. That's alright then, that was worth checking though. Be the first to build the Wonder Endless Research Park and Endless World. Oh, I didn't even get that. I got a refund though.
We come into your cosmos on a mission of survival.
Goodness.
Welcome to the Sophonoty. There are some among us who doubt your intellectual chops. Please, prove them wrong.
Interesting. Oh, interesting. I can convert population into manpower. I don't need that right now, but that could become very useful in the future. No, these aren't all things I need, are they? Again, they won't take long. After that, I should probably be building some more patrol ships to just send out exploring as individual fleets. Wonderful. Impersonate ambassador. Reduced by 5 the minor civilization's relations with its suzerain. Undercover secrets. Minus 50% praise bribe action cost. Minus 50% action cost. I think we want impersonate ambassador. No, create backdoor. We're going to be doing more of this, I think. Alright, what's the choice here? The upstart success has only emboldened his political ambitions and raised his standing with the public. He campaigns to run for head of the treasury and wins in a landslide. Now one of the most loved and hated leaders in your empire holds the keys to the vault. His rivals can't tolerate this. They've thrown everything they've got against him, but even infidelity charges don't stick. The opportunist, however, sees one last chance to bring him down. In a rare stroke of boldness, he insults the upstart's family, in particular the man's dead son, who was accidentally killed in a fight while military training. I think that means during military training. The upstart is furious and demands satisfaction in the form of a duel. Discouraged duel will increase my popularity and increases the pacifist ideology, or encourage it to increases the industrious political ideology. Discourage, I think. Huh. Okie dokie. Oh, I should have added that to the list, shouldn't I? Yeah, I think it should be on the list, but at the end. I think that's probably right. Oh, that's odd. I thought I reassigned my... Oh no, I got interrupted, didn't I? I was going to reassign. Okie dokie. New population collection bonus. You've unlocked a new population collection bonus for the Imperials. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that means. Okie dokie. The law of Oracle of Science has been activated in your empire. What have we got? More. We always want more science. A cabal of scientists and visionaries from a prominent research group, think tank, have come forward to your government promising to deliver the dream of a utopian society. They've created a vast super AI that can watch and learn from all and believe all will benefit from its scrutiny. Like many who have come up with ideas to fix society, their dream is riddled with their own biases and hang-ups, including believing that life isn't worth living without a dependable chain of caffeine bars featuring semi-designer furnishings and exotic mood music. The fact their vision of a perfect society also involves mandatory science fun means that although your citizens will become more rational, they won't be as pliant. A more popular, less scientifically beneficial move would be to ignore them. How is our science doing? Fairly well, actually. Wonderful, we did actually get that colony. I wasn't sure we would. Oh dear. Oops, I seem to have skipped past that, but still. Right. Quick save. I wonder what those points mean. If that's somehow a measure of how well we're doing, then we're not actually doing very well at all. In fact, I think we're the lowest. That's true, we haven't explored any curiosities recently, have we? Perhaps that would be a good idea. I think we've done all the ones in the systems we have control over. Oh, except that one, which I think didn't get done because I'm not sure we had the ability to when we got here. I think that may have required some sort of research. Still no ability to colonize these worlds. Large lava, small toxic. Small lava, medium ash, huge desert. I think we'll be able to colonize desert soon, won't we? That's Arctic. Desert. Let's move that one up then. Evaporation inhibitors. Let's make that the next one. Interesting. We're actually going to have those inhibitors soon. Wonderful. If Esh is a target, I should get the fleet there. Right, impersonate ambassador. And we're just going to repeat that over and over again. Wonderful. Decisive victory. Oh, but we did lose one corvette. That's not ideal. Wait, there's improvements? I didn't know this were a thing in the game. Huh. Wonderful. Your scientists have detected a heavily damaged ship of unknown design entering your home system. The ship is unresponsive to hails, and sensors have detected that the engines are in critical overload and will soon self-destruct. Scanning the ship, you discover that it contains not only a dense computer core containing untold secrets, but also passengers in stasis who have been infected by an unknown plague. You can only save the core of the passengers before the ship explodes. Save the inhabitants. Oh, we're attacked again. I'm probably going to need to build some more corvettes after this. Minor defeat? And while we're at it, perhaps another one built at Ash itself and put to the front of the queue. Reduced by 5 the minor civilization's relations with its suzerain. Let's try that again. Hero available for recruitment. Not much in it, but I'm sure we'll take this one. We'll take Crack Cubed Blaze. Be the first to win 10 battles, was that us? Clearly not. If I create the settlers now, they'll end up in a battle. But the enemy is so weak, they might win. In fact, I think they will win. Odd use for settlers, but what choice do I have? Oh, the pirates have colonized here before I could. Alright, we'll have to put them to sleep. Oh, I still have a settler all the way out here. Colonized, unavailable. I don't see anywhere in the area that settler can actually settle. So I guess keep auto-patrolling. See what you can find. Right, each of you... Oh, I can't. I just want you all to auto-explore, but I want you to do so independently. There are no nodes left to discover now. Okay. Well, I suppose wait here then. for the time being. Thank you, that's what I had intended to address. But I got sidetracked. Assigned a system. Esh. Confirm. Right, you have a skill point to spend. Let's do that now if we can. Inspect. Skill points. Efficiency aficionado. The hero displays remarkable fascination with creative problem solving. Industrial systems and workers under the hero's governance benefit, sometimes reluctantly, from the constant barrage of new thoughts and bright ideas. So that just gives us extra industry. The hero personally, by the book, the hero personally oversees fleet-wide reinforcement and inspection while dry-docked, holding engineers and dock workers to constantly ensure their ships will stand up to the worst of what lies in deep space, plus 10% fleet health on fleet. Well, he's not assigned to a fleet, so that doesn't help. Optimal operations expert. After years of researching optimal operation patterns across multiple sectors, the hero gains localized knowledge of the best workflows to maximize industry and food output on a given system. Plus 1 industry per population, plus 1 food. Yes, that's what we want. And we have 5 skill points to spend here, which I've been neglecting. So more money, more damage on fleet. We definitely want that. We definitely want that. That sounds amazing. That sounds good. We'll go with this. Right, how's our science? Pretty good for now. We'll take this one, but we won't be able to complete it for a long time. Wonderful. That reminds me, let's have another couple of corvettes built. And then we'll have the entire fleet meet up at Esh, and then they'll head to the entire new fleet, because the old fleet got wiped out. We'll have them meet on Esh and then go to Desai. Right, let's keep those hacks coming. A distant stellar giant, about 80 times the size of an average star, has just gone supernova. Capitalizing on the media attention drawn by the event, a pacifist group within your empire has launched a campaign to bring home the fleets that were monitoring the event rather than leave them on patrol. Support, more appeal, more income, increases pacifist political ideology. I don't know why I only have one choice here, but okay. I suppose because it's happening either way. You are content to have taken the morally correct action, and the aliens are even more content to be alive. They are eager to share what they know about their world and the strange situation in which you found them. Wonderful. Fleet shielding. Huh. After working out how to communicate with the aliens, you learn that their homeworld was attacked by a hostile race of extraterrestrials who conquer planets, quickly strip them of their resources, and then move on. The aliens were trying to reach a certain habitable system that would both provide a new home as well as a resource to cure their plague when their ship was attacked. Although they desperately want to save themselves, they are also concerned that if you don't deal with the hostile extraterrestrials quickly, they will move on to destroy other planets. So, intercept, help the aliens settle in a new home and cure the disease before their nemesis arrives, or reconquer. Teach the hostiles a lesson. The civilizations of the galaxy don't put up with that kind of behavior. I have no idea where that system is, so we'll go with intercept. That's annoying. I'll have to put up with that for now. I've no idea what that system was. Oh, that system. Can I colonize it? I can't. Well, that'll have to be a more distant goal, I guess. That's strange. I thought I assigned another hack. Well, it has been assigned now. Interesting. With the right module, it's possible to cloak a fleet. That's as far as I got. Your system Esh has been hacked. The effects may be immediately visible or not. Okay. Ash. Nothing here looks all that unusual. Oh, we don't need any more patrol ships now. So let's cancel that. Alright, off they go. Research. Research hasn't improved that much recently. Never mind. Hold on, can this patrol ship be sent out now to explore the galaxy? No.
Careful, or things are going to get
Hey,
as
if we stay
ugly
small
as
time, we'll
you
fade away.
are.
The four families have to grow, and you're stopping us. Are we? No, they still seem happy with us, unless they are indeed a different group. With the right module, it's possible to cloak a fleet, and with the right module, it's also possible to... We've read this before. We read that in the last game. Are there any more anomalies to research since we've been increasing our tech? Doesn't look like it. There will be a little bit down there once it's fully colonized. Wait, hold on. Can't I just tell my fleet to go off into the wild blue yonder? Instead of having to only send them to known places. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I can't. Showtime, your fleet has the opportunity of attacking. I missed that. Right. Right, merge these two. I'm not allowed for some reason. Perhaps the game forces me to have to do the battle first, which seems wrong, but still. Yeah, that looks to have been the problem. Right, let's deal with those pirates. And we can bring those settlers home now. Babies, not booms. There's been a noticeably increased birth rate in one of the systems of your empire, Bundus, that identifies as militarist and scientific. The trend is particularly strong among the Heroshem. Why? Your advisors say it's a cultural response to the instability of galactic warfare, while a leading analyst claims it's a reaction to the prosperity of peace. Perhaps no one really knows. Okay. Oh, a new cultural group has joined, so we get a small reward. That's nice. Really? I should probably build a defense program. Accelerator. Diverting part of your bandwidth to the network used for this hack will allow them to work more efficiently, or at least sort out kitten pictures much faster. So faster hacking, less bandwidth, change the target or path of a hacking operation, more bandwidth for your enemies. Right, none of that am I... Naturally, we'll accelerate. Does not compute. No hacking operation placed through this node. Oh, I see. So I have to set that up first. Wonderful. And then I can do accelerate. Wonderful. Let's see how that goes. Hey, another system colonized. Okie dokie. So they're at it again, are they? Reconnaissance data indicates that a group of pirates have targeted one of your systems. Allowing that to happen on your watch will certainly cause some annoyances in the next election. Would you really let a bunch of criminals upset your carefully constructed vision for your empire? The pirates must be taught a lethal lesson. either by the use of your fleet or by the clear indication they are set up to fail. As always, it is your political acumen or budgetary needs that will determine how best to handle this. Remove the pirate threat from the Kochab system, either by destroying it directly or by assigning a Guardian class hero to plan its defense. They'll arrive in 5 turns. Okay.
Generosity is a trait of the honor.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Right, first things first. Something for the food. And then for the industry. And then for the sciences. Those being the priorities. Looks good enough. Oh, maybe if I send probes out, that will then cause them to discover new systems. That would make sense. Right, who's idle here? A patrol... a patrol vessel. Let's just put them on guard for now. And here, a settler. That's correct, because I'm not sending the settler in yet. Oh dear, they have an equally big fleet. Split in multiple parts? That's odd. Well, I'll take that. Oh, maybe they don't. Maybe I misread what was going on. Invade! Goodness. Well, with the preemptive bombing advantage, we should get this eventually. Maybe not. Oh, wonderful. With the elections approaching, decisive victory. Okay, that was odd. With the election approaching, you've begun to take note of the growing support for minority parties within your government. Your aides have given you conflicting reports on the causes. Some try to argue it's a matter of policy views, age gaps, and changing values, but the arrest of several high-profile legislators charged with spying for the enemy means there may be a bigger picture at stake. A group of mercenaries approaches you, spies who claim expertise in getting results done without getting caught. If you hired them, they claim they could root out the conspirators and tip the election in your favour. I think I'll take the extra influence. Maybe it is time I send over the settlers. They may need to finish the invasion if we're unlucky. Quick save here, I think. Thank you. More research. Evolved soil, more food. That's interesting. Let's go with these first of all. Then maybe we'll go for evolved soil next. Technology. Right, do any of these let us colonize additional worlds that we cannot already? Doesn't look like it, does it? Although some of them would let us research anomalies we can't yet. Oh, that's interesting. We now have access to some technologies we didn't have access to before. Interesting. I don't know whether we want that or not. I'm going to say our priority should probably be to fill in the rest of the tech trees a bit. That seemed reasonable. To the limited extent that I understand the game. We are going for a science victory, so presumably we have to research all this stuff anyway. And it's not actually going to take us that many times to get most of that technology. Wonderful. It seems that certain rebellious elements within the Academy have decided to formally oppose Isyander's vision of the future. It is said that they refuse to accept some of the potential risks of his crusade, which happen to include the possible eradication of intelligent life. Breaking into the open, these rogue fleets of dissenting heroes are out in the galaxy, attempting to foment rebellion and interrupt the long-view strategic game that Isyander is playing. No longer being entirely sure of his own so-called followers, the leader of the Academy requests your help in bringing them down. Put an end to the rogue heroes that are opposing Isyander's grand plan. Huh. Oh dear, they seem to be increasing in number. I'm not sure if we'll do this. With the preemptive bombing, we still seem to be keeping ahead. Just barely. Well, we'll have the help of the personnel on the settler ship shortly. That'll help. Let's stick to supporting the ecologists, since I understand that's useful. Though I could well be wrong. Still learning the game. Oh, I remember what I was going to do and I completely forgot to do. Ooh, wonderful. The law Right Thing rule has been activated in your empire. Pacifists. Allows you to force peace when at cold war with an empire. A brilliant inventor from the Esh system has created a wondrous piece of technology, a neural device that allows one to temporarily control the thoughts and actions of another. Unfortunately, the inventor only created one, and he apparently passed away shortly after testing it for the first time. This is a bit of a hullabaloo over what... There is a bit of a hullabaloo over what to do with the device. Destroy more approval and increases ecologist opinion, or extra experience for heroes on system if we confiscate it. Right now I'm happy to destroy it, I think. Right, let's try. Major victory!
What do you want?
We are losing a war. Will you fight alongside us if we offer an alliance? No, probably not, I'm afraid. Worth saving here, though. We're not built for military, and I want to avoid that for as long as I reasonably can. Right. I was going to send probes out, wasn't I? But I never did. Where are these 3 patrol ships? Actually, I wanted to be taken to where they are. I don't see any patrol ships here. Oh, yeah, that's the military that's not idle. Actually, I suppose I should set them to guard or something to make it clear what's going on. Right. A single patrol ship. Oh, those 3 patrol ships, yes. Sure, guard, I guess. And this patrol ship can also guard. Wait, are we under attack? No. So, let's carry on. Wonderful. Right. Let's fight. Decisive victory. The pirate lair was destroyed during the attack. Gutted pirate lair. The lair of opportunists and criminals was damaged beyond repair in an assault led by the troops of El Magnifico. By the time the heavily fortified base fell out of orbit, preemptive strikes had disabled all resistance. Wait, what's going on here? We've been attacked. Protect system. Draft. There is no population available on this system, or tactical surrender. Well, we only really have one choice, don't we? Major defeat, hardly surprising. Right, where is this? And who's attacking us? Pirates. That's a problem. We're not going to be able to get ships here quickly enough. That should at least delay them. Wait, wasn't there a better way? Couldn't I... Wasn't there a way I could turn population into defense? Maybe that was only in a different world? Well, like I say, that should at least slow them down. Right. Where was I? Here. Right. Settlers need to settle. Why can they not settle? There we go. There we go. As for the military, it needs to rush over here as quickly as possible. It's going to take 9 turns. Goodness. Strange tidings. The only problem with dangerous secrets long left buried is that eventually some fool is bound to dig them up. Archaeologists and researchers from the Ursa Major Technopole have discovered the evidence of an endless constructed superweapon. While it is not surprising that they created devastating armaments, the worry is that this one may either be active or at least able to be activated. There is no time to lose. Get your explorers out there and figure out what is happening before the weapon ends up pointed at you. The curiosities to be examined will show a quest indicator. Always more research. It appears that an intergalactic congress of scientists has turned into a labour dispute. They have come to the conclusion that their work is grossly underappreciated and plan to halt all experimental efforts until their wages improve, their lab equipment is upgraded, and their work reported more professionally. New civilization discovered, Sisters of Mercy. This isn't good. Let's not do that yet. Pirates has destroyed civilian ship around Kochop. You lose some food. We're gonna lose this, obviously. Oh my goodness, I did not expect to lose so convincingly though. Well, that didn't go as you'd hoped. I wonder what unpleasant nicknames they'll invent for you in social media. Kochop has been captured by pirates. Oh, what a nuisance. Oh well, we'll take it back. While we're here, let's put some Behemoth blueprints. Goodness. Impersonate ambassador, please. Military Behemoth. We'll add that to the fleet. Oh, the probes seem to have been doing their work. Hold on.
The Vodiani and
Never
our
mind.
church acknowledge you.
Hello. Wonderful. Build 3 optics research or stasis singularity improvements. Wonderful. An undercover documentary concerning a makeshift community who live in one of your planet's biggest refuse facilities has become a loaded political issue. Many are scraping a living in the system's dumps, scavenging for recycled materials or setting up their homes in the very same places. Amenities have followed, and these places are now lively if polluted and dangerous hubs. Environmental groups demand that action is taken, that industries need to manage their resources better and not fuel these communities. Others suggest going even further and monetizing these places more effectively. In essence, they advocate greater ties between industry and refuse sites. Yeah, we've got quite a lot of building to do at the moment, so we'll enhance. Ugh, we're under attack. Oh dear. They call it a draw, but it didn't look very much like a draw to me. Hello, what's this? Umbral Choir Reward Fleet. Can they fight? Yes, it looks like. Where are they physically? Over here. Okay, they can come to the rescue then. Oh, hacking operation left unassigned. I'm not sure that's the case. Looks like there's a hacking operation there. Strange. Wonderful.
You're making...
Oh, I missed that. You might have seen our war with those other clods isn't going too well. Bad space weather. Ahem. Anyway, how would you feel about an alliance? Maybe. The Ida and Inmouth have been assimilated by Camden. I thought they were assimilated before, which is why I couldn't assimilate them myself. Oh, I should be leveling my hero, shouldn't I? Right, you have 1 point available. Let's increase science. This one, I suppose. Right, let's retake that sector. That system, I should say. Understood. Wonderful. Keep exploring. Thank you for the warning. Okay, that's more important. That'll give them something to work on for a while. Oh, and of course these. Wonderful. Military free. Embed sleeper. One population will become an unwitting sleeper for your cause on the system. They will give you vision and economic bonuses until they're killed. Influence politics. Force the system's policies to change to a selected political party. Honestly, none of these seem great. Embed sleeper, I suppose. So I wonder if this is just lost now. Seems that way. Ahaha. Academy discovered. I thought we discovered the academy much earlier. Or maybe that's just a system they controlled. You've read the report, and it looks like luxury resource generation across all your systems is exceeding expectations this year. You can already anticipate the response from your advisors, though. The industrialists will advise you to quietly shore up the Empire's economy with the extra goods, while the religious contingent will want you to make a big show of thanking the gods for a bountiful harvest. Of the two, let's go with the industrialists.
I shall defend the faith, whatever that requires.
Interesting.
In the name of the heart and of harmony, the unfallen greet you.
My goodness. Where's the diplomatic screen? So this was a group that was interested in an alliance, and so was this group. Can we tell who's happy and unhappy with the other, with each other? Not very easily. Oh, they can't be merged, fair enough. Alright, perhaps it's time to start forming alliances.
And we thought we had learned to trust each other. Speak quickly.
Treaties, declare war, peace, force peace. Oh, I can do that, can't I? I thought they wanted an alliance, but it doesn't look that way. Let's try that.
Oh, do you really want to pick on people who aren't scared to swim with sharks?
Peace is less fun without the upstream negotiations. We'll see how it goes.
Careful, or things are going to get as ugly as you are. Again?
Okay, they don't want an alliance, but okay.
What do you want? We're kind of busy.
Perhaps we can't have an alliance. It's strange, because they were the one that suggested it.
Well,
Look, it all sounds fluffy, mammals and rainbows, but it wouldn't be honest. Let's keep things on ice. Huh. No. We're not just handing over dust to you. Oh my goodness, why are we bleeding dust so quickly? Military upkeep from dust system production. Why do we have such a huge military upkeep? Is that all coming from the Behemoth? No? Okay, where's our military? Our upkeep shouldn't be... No, I mean that does add up to about 100, doesn't it? Okay, perhaps super tax is in order? That's bought us some time.
is there something else we can do? Yeah, you go right ahead. That's fine with us.
The Unfallen greet you in the hopes that your goal is greater harmony.
It is indeed. Let's see if you accept.
The Unfallen are not yet ready to trust you fully.
In spite of our preference for peace,
Not be
we see that you're not truly prepared to shoulder that responsibility.
The Unfallen greet you again. The heart beats with caution when dealing
We
with
do not
you.
spurn peace, even when it's
This
forced
is
upon
the
us.
sort
Let's
of
see how it
peace of
develops.
mind. The unfallen watch you, unsure if your actions will enforce or ruin the harmony we seek.
The heart rejoices at our peaceful untwining, but the song is tempered by the knowledge this peace was forced upon us. I guess it is the military upkeep that's the problem. And it is actually going down at roughly that rate. Hey! Wonderful. New hero, eh? Use socials. Numeris. Interesting. Let's go with this one, I think. Kalin Fet Iska. Let's assign him to a system. Oh, I see. Oh, this is wonderful. Extra dust on systems of the Empire for 10 turns. Lobbyists for your Empire banks have been assailing your senators for weeks with demands to ease some of the regulations in their operations. In particular, they're requesting looser restrictions on letting ordinary citizens in space travel ventures and on ensuring ships heading out for long-distance voyages. They promise increased financial gains for your empire with minimal risks to your financial future. There is a 50% chance of creating a major economic crisis. We can't risk that. So let's go with the... Oh, we can't risk it. It's going to have to be deny.
I shall defend the faith, what...
Careful, or things are going to get as ugly as you are.
Oh.
Horatio's plans for this galaxy do not include your meddling and rudeness.
Okay, but how do I actually accept this? This alliance? Well, let's make peace with them at least.
Do not bother us unless you have something of value to say.
Horatius are always content to be at peace. Even the mild stress of cold war does terrible things to one's complexion. Wonderful. I don't know how to balance the economy though, that's the problem. What's this? Oh, we've discovered more technology.
Or things are going to get as ugly as you are.
A peace will soon be over and war will come. The families will have their vengeance. What? Who are these people? Why am I under attack? A ravaging horde. This doesn't look good. We're just gonna get
It
destroyed.
is in the spirit of mutual self-appreciation that Horatio extends this offer.
We think of you as a hopeful, if occasionally wearying, work in progress. Shall we strengthen our relations from peace to alliance in the hopes that your cultural evolution continues? Oh, thank you. Accept. Of course, as we expected. Horatio Prime is a world that in most other factions would serve as a vacation planet. Dry, warm, breezy and beautiful. It is clear from the extensive endless ruins that more than one spacefaring race has selected it as a preferred destination. Its current infrastructure projects tends to vary with Horatio's tastes. Some buildings blend seamlessly with the landscape, while others are garish and metallic statements of architectural extravagance.
What do you want?
Attacking us while we fight on another front? We see there is little honour in this universe. Your time will come, rest assured.
Horatio's
I didn't
plans
attack
for
you.
this galaxy do not include your meddling and rudeness.
Oh, because of the alliance. Hey, me old ally, what's your name again? Be a good sport and lend Horatio a hand. We're having a little spot of fisticuffs. Bother. The Alliance, a court of principled nations, has been created. Was that why we were attacked? Oh, that makes sense, because we had patrols out exploring. And I suppose the Alliance caused us to be at war with someone? And so then they immediately went... Oh dear. Yes, and so we ended up
Tell me what
at war
you
with the
want.
Kappa.
Now. What now?
After all the sacrifices we have made, we cannot end this war on good conscience. We refuse your offer of truce.
I do not appreciate another interruption. What do you want?
This will be my final offer to them. Truth and 150 Empire Dust. Okay. So be it. Right, let's make absolutely sure we know who they are. That's them, so we're at war with this group. Oh, is it the upkeep of all the buildings that is causing me to go so negative? That makes sense, because I've been building so much. Nope, most buildings don't require dust upkeep. Or do they? It just doesn't get displayed. I reckon I've just been overbuilding. That's probably the cause of all this. Probably not a lot I can do now. Decisive victory, wonderful. I have to balance the books, or presumably very bad things will happen. But I don't know how I would just suddenly produce more dust. I suppose I could just let it run out and see what the game does. That's probably what I'll have to do, unfortunately. Behemoth Exploitation 1. Interesting. Oh, we're probably going to lose the Behemoth here. That'll at least help with the finances a bit. The debris drifting silently through the void is a reminder of a minor engagement where pirates defeated El Magnifico, during which 1 ships were destroyed. Concerning the military personnel involved in the action, the ship had no troops, only pilots and crew perished in the assault. Oh, that's okay then. Clearly they don't count. System colonized and to say. Wonderful. That will help for the added income. That may not have been worth it actually, since we're going to get it in 3 turns anyway, but still. Oh, but then all that upkeep's gonna wipe out. Okay, we'll keep it simple then, just those 2 for now. Resource crisis next turn. Your empire's use of dust exceeds your stocks, and a series of cuts will happen next turn if you do not correct the situation. Nothing I can do. Congrats, you're now able to level up your systems. Oh, they just got rid of one of our ships. Okay. I mean, I'm not happy about the situation, but it's a bit late now. And they haven't even balanced the books. Technology stage unlocked in economy and trade quadrant. Basic system development. There is a complex web of money, time and effort required to evolve and develop individual nations or planets. Thanks to the unusual resource harvested from alien planets, entire star systems can evolve from simple planetary bases to viable long-term settlements. Wonderful.
The roles, for the moment, are non-negotiable.
Continued friendship with you brings peace to the heart.
Wonderful. The blueprint you create will make use of one of the luxury resources you have already discovered. You are free to choose which one you want to use. Each one will cause the blueprint to have a different effect. This one, I suppose. Again, I don't want to build anything if it's going to have dust upkeep. Oh, this one doesn't. I take it there's... This one doesn't either. Presumably the game's just going to keep disbanding our military until there's nothing left, which isn't ideal. Nerod compromised.
Your making the Sophonoty nervous. What are you up to?
You might have seen our war with those other clods isn't going too well. Bad space weather. Anyway, how would you feel about an alliance? How do they keep getting their troops back? I'm not sure we're going to be able to retake this sector. The Alliance Chorus of Aligned Sentience has been created.
Whatever you're planning, you don't want to hurt us harmless Sophons, do you?
Can't you see we're busy dealing with another front? War with you at this time just isn't convenient. We'll deal with you later. I don't want war with you. Let's have peace then.
What do you want? We're kind of busy.
Let's see. No truce. We're quite happy with the way this war is panning out. Oh dear. Wait, can I sell this? Oh, I don't need to. We're positive now for some reason. I don't know why. The arrest of the spies creates something of a scandal, but during the public trial, your skillful political testimony convinces the majority of your population that your government is a shining beacon of light in a sea of darkness. The subsequent execution of the spies demonstrate that, despite being bound by truth, you are no soft touch either.
Our purpose is to kill. You, though, will suffer as well.
Lovely. Oh, and we're being attacked by pirates again. Wonderful. And we've been defeated. Oh, we had a nice sector there at one time. Well, I guess nothing to do but rebuild our military and try again. Another Behemoth should clear them off, and then we just need to get boots on the ground. We don't want that because of the upkeep. That's a shame. I can't get a refund, can I? I wonder if this is one of those wonders I've heard about. If so, we may get a... Interesting. We may get a refund if someone else builds it first. Why doesn't this give us a upkeep cost? And why is this going to take so long? Is it simply because it's such an expensive unit? I suppose so. Oh dear. We're not doing well in this game at all, are we? I shouldn't have agreed to that alliance. I wonder if it's not too late to back out. Oh, some of our troops are still on the ground. That's unfortunate.
Our purpose is to kill.
The lair of opportunists and criminals was damaged beyond repair in an assault led by the troops of El Magnifico. By the time the heavily fortified base fell out of orbit, the conflict resulted in 100 casualties. Oh, I thought I lost. That's odd.
We can shatter time on a whim. You anger us at your peril.
Is that the right move, though? Is the right move to... Well, only one way to find out. Are we actively being attacked yet? I know our patrol ships keep getting destroyed. I don't think we are. We may be better off just waiting. Yes, please. You can attack this empire within its territory and invade its citizens. No diplomacy can be done except to negotiate a truce. How is that possible? Unassigned hero. Ah, we have a new ally. That's the first good thing that's happened in a while.
In the opinion of the Church, your actions are those of faithless unbelievers.
Oh no.
Continued friendship with you brings peace to the heart.
The Unfallen cannot stand by while an ally burns. We shall honour the letter and intent of our alliance with what aid we can give. Oh dear, I think the whole galaxy is slowly heading towards a massive civil war. Well, so no, it's not a civil war. A galactic war, that's the word I'm looking for. The expression I'm looking for.
What now? The Hive has little to say.
Oh, I can't force peace anymore, can I? Because we're no longer ruled by the pacifists. Maybe I should have supported them. Well, as long as we're not threatening, hopefully we'll be left alone in our own little corner while the rest of the galaxy sorts its disputes out. Wonderful. Interesting.
We don't care what you think. We destroy planets.
The Hive seeks an easy war, hence our attack on you. While you're engaged elsewhere, even Cravers sometimes fight dirty. Well, we are an alliance, so if you make war on us, you make war on a lot of other systems as well. Wait, does that have upkeep? No. Nor does that one. Traces of the photobomber's activities are numerous. Investigate all the marked curiosities. Oh, we had this one before. Refused trial.
Horatio finds you even more offensive and annoying than usual.
I can't send you help. I'm not a military faction. I'm struggling to defend myself from pirates. Capra accepted a truce. The total tribute is split between the defeated civilizations. You will pay 66 dust per turn for 13 turns, even though I had no particular choice in the matter. Still, that does make life a lot simpler now. That doesn't make sense. How can they be at war with me and not with my allies? I'm not quite sure how these heroes ended up unassigned. It was very strange. Right, how are we doing? Not too bad. Quick save. Once the pirate threat has been wiped out, which is here and I thought there was another one up here. Not quite sure how they're here actually, since we can't colonize toxic worlds. Perhaps that's a research we could invest in at some point. Don't see it there though. Strange. But anyway, once those are wiped out, we should then be in a position to focus entirely on science. That's the plan anyway. Hey. Papers, please. Keeping detailed records on every person aboard their fleet allows the hero to mobilize quickly and efficiently, even with a larger than average troop contingent. On Senate, if political leader, minus 50% hostile treaty cost on Empire. Minus 50% peaceful treaty cost on Empire. On fleet, plus 40% refill rate on fleet. Good point. I guess we should keep going with the filling everything in. Oh, is this one or the other? Interesting. Leaps in materials and signaling sciences have resulted in fusion systems that can be contained in warheads of many sizes. Smaller and weaker ones, nicknamed Picosuns, can even be used in slug projectiles. Or research into the interplay between Hyperium and high-strength magnetic fields can improve the quality of Hyperium-composed constructions. So these just create different weapons modules. I see no reason to particularly favour one over the other. That'll do. That'll take us quite a while. Looks okay to me. I just realised, are we only allowed one planetary improvement? Oh, I see. So I don't actually want the spin project. That was because I thought I could have multiple. Alright, lesson learnt. Wonderful. Our homeworld is going to be attacked by pirates.
Horatio finds you even more offensive and annoying than usual.
Well, 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 bitten off more than you can chew, old chum. Never worry, you're capable and unreasonably handsome. Ally is here to help. Goodness. A glimpse into her genius must necessarily be of interest to you. Shall we share sciences? Yes. That sounds like a good idea. If I've understood how that works correctly. Excellent. Our relationship's improving. Failed the quest. Hunt down and defeat three rebel fleets.
Peace and harmony, wishing to make a mutually agreeable proposal.
Sounds good to me. Don't think there's anything else to do with this system now. Retreat. You're not going to win that. I'm surprised it made it out alive at all. Xenotourism agencies. That's worth it for the extra dust income. Wonderful. I believe this should go in our favour. Oh no. There's more of them than I anticipated. Oh my goodness. It's just unending. Okay, rather than... Right, we've got one built already, so 4 more should bring it up to 10, which I think is our maximum for a fleet. I think 10 corvettes are going to do better than 1 Behemoth, but I could be wrong. Oh, scientific Behemoth. I hadn't heard of... I wasn't aware that was a thing. I wonder what it actually does that benefits science, though. Diplomatic relationship with Chorus of Aligned Sentients. Cold War, okay. Yeah, I'm not bothering with the hacking anymore, or maybe I should. Imnos is becoming quite a problem. Maybe I should consider taking them over as well. Once the pirate threat's been dealt with. Excellent.
Our enterprise requires resources.
The Academy sees that you have not been aiding in intergalactic efforts to develop its projects. They're accordingly unhappy with you. It's not my responsibility to help them if I don't have the resources to spare. I was going to accept that truce if the game would let me. Yes. Wonderful. Okie doke. I wonder if I can buy planets from other factions actually, or buy systems. That would be a better way to acquire it, I'd have thought. I've already accepted. Wonderful.
Yeah? Why are you knocking around?
I may be forced to take it by military means then. Well, there's no point supporting the ecologists anymore, is there? Is there? Really, it's between the industrialists and the pacifists. I think I'll go with the pacifists. Reinforced Imperial support. Let's go with that. Do we really need it that badly? No. Probably not. So who won? Was it the pacifists? Getting schooled? What does that mean? The Lord Dust Windfall has been activated in your empire. 10% of industry spent for any construction is converted into dust at the end. In 20 turns, ensure the population from minor civilizations reaches 154 at the minimum in the whole galaxy.
We've seen eels more trustworthy than you.
We're hoping we'll work out our differences. So far it's encouraging. No bad blood. Built by the Virtual Endless during the Dust Wars as weapons, the Cravers successfully wiped many planets and stations clean of the concretes. Once their usefulness was over, however, the Endless shut down the factories and abandoned the Cravers, dumping the remaining troops on Husk, a random planet, and bombing it back to the Stone Age. Grim and resolute, the Cravers survived and evolved, using makeshift and stolen technology to scrabble their way back to the stars. No. Could I have another... That should be on the list. Probably higher. Could I have another Corvette, please?
It is in.
I didn't see that. Right, what was that, old buddy, old pal? I thought we already had a science agreement, of course. Wonderful. Oh, we have quite a few points to spend now. Interesting. A chance encounter with a cluster of raw dust in deep space realigns the hero's temporal field, phasing them into a slightly different plane of existence. They quickly readjust to normal temporal alignment, but residual effects of the anomaly increases their productivity and decreases their need for rest and relaxation. Minus 25% assignment duration, minus 25% dust on hero. That one, I suppose. Reduce their cost. Their upkeep. More approval is always good. I mean, I wouldn't turn down more production and more food. Wonderful. Oh, the pirates are finally leaving. Oh, defense behemoth, interesting. Oh, we can actually have 4 more corvettes. I'll do that. Our current maximum is 14 in a fleet. That's only going to take 4 turns, it thinks. Can I speed this up? Not except at a truly ridiculous price. Not other than at a truly ridiculous price. Oh, I see. I don't think the UI had updated for some reason. Is that one of our patrol ships heading through? Goodness.
making the Sophonoty
Hello,
nervous.
cutie pie.
What are you up to?
Yes, I would say it does remind me of Stellaris quite a lot. You can lower the pressure on your empire with this small favour. Refuse, and I will get less influence per turn, or give, and I'm just handing them over a load of dust, money. I've got the money to spend. Oh, we're being attacked by the pirates again. Wonderful. Ah, the entire fleet's come back. And more. Oh no, that's an unknown empire, so that's not the pirates come to attack.
We've seen eels more trustworthy than you.
Thank you. That's them telling us that they like us more. Since we lost a corvette, let's make sure we build another. Where was I? Yep, end turn. Interesting. Where's Jusai? There's Jusai. No harm done, I don't think. Or nothing that I can identify. Right. More research, wonderful. Oh, another technological stage unlocked. The two big alliances have gone from a truce to a Cold War. Where was I? Create and merge. Right. An absolutely enormous fleet. Now let's send them to the pirate homeworld. How's that military behemoth coming along anyway? A couple more turns. I'll probably send that to the homeworld to help defend it. Shortly, once it's built.
We don't care what you think.
You refrain from hostile acts. Do you think the Hive and another race can ever find common ground? Reserved. I think that is an improvement. Oh, they're attacking my homeworld. Why? At least I'm winning. Alright, we get the military behemoth next turn. Hopefully it will get there before the home system's taken. Actually, I suppose a wise thing to do would be see if there's anything I can build that will help us defend. Yes, and then make that a priority. I'll even buy it. Academy reminder message. The Academy currently, the Academy request concerning influence will end in 5 turns. Another ground battle, defending the homeland, the home world. That was an easy victory. Oh, are they heading back to try and intercept? Because if they are, they're not going to get there in time. Oh yeah, they've barely got a fleet here at all. They'll probably take out at least one of my ships, though. Yes. We went from 14 vessels to just 13. Right, now let's begin the ground invasion. And we even outnumber them. Goodness. They put up a brave defense. Right, where's that military behemoth? There it is. To the home world. Yeah, why don't you build another military behemoth? That way, by the time that's built, we may be in a position to attack the other pirate base and wipe it out. A very long time ago, this used to be my system, and quite a productive little system it was, but the pirates took it off me. The mysterious leader of the Academy is apparently a Vodiani dissident named Isyanda. Once a hierarch of their church, the reasons for his secession are unknown. He thanks you for your aid and encourages your efforts. In 9 turns, ensure that the population for minor civilizations reaches 154 at minimum in the whole galaxy. Okie doke. Not that I did that, but that quest has been fulfilled. Indeed, Intergalactic Technology Center failed, but I was refunded a lot of dust for my efforts, okay? Oh, this quest, we got this ages ago. We finally had 3 systems, each with a hero assigned of level 5 or above. The illegal gun dens are no more, your hero saw to that personally. Duke Groltz is frustrated that his nephew had been hung out to dry, but public opinion means he cannot air those grievances. Even better, the clampdown led to a sizable haul of dust that will be good for the Imperial coffers.
It is in the spirit of mutual self-appreciation
that
Horatio extends this offer.
Thank you, Horatio. I don't know why we keep getting offered this science agreement over and over. I keep accepting. Strange. There's the remnants of the pirate fleet, probably heading back to the home world to defend it, I would guess. Wonderful. Ah, okay, so at least some of the pirates were coming back to fight us. But I don't think they'll be able to take on a military behemoth. Oh no, another war, another intergalactic war. That's not good. Although, that would be a good excuse to steal that world. If we're already at war, and it's not like I started the war, I just happen to be part of one of the great alliances.
In the opinion of the Church, your actions
Fear
are
not,
those of
the Church will
faithless
give your fleets the
unbelievers.
fiery attention they deserve when we have dealt with the other infidels. Then you might rise up, Virtual.
Whatever you're planning.
Can't you see we're busy dealing with another front? War with you at this time just isn't convenient. We'll deal with you later. I didn't start the war. I'm just part of this alliance for some reason. I say for some reason because I accepted it a long time ago without fully appreciating the consequences.
What do you want?
Attacking us while we fight on another front, we see there is little honor in this universe. Your time will come, rest assured. I say, once the pirates are dealt with, let's try and take Inmos. Which I think is undefended at the moment. Which is even better. Oh, that was a bit of a landslide victory. Oh no, one of the corvettes got badly damaged. Ah, the forces are dwindling. Goodness me, I have no idea what's going on over here. Some mechanic I don't understand, clearly. Oh no, wait, that was a bad decision. You can go back there and just guard it, I suppose. Right, hopefully this round will finally wipe out the pirates for good in this sector. Looks that way, doesn't it? Decisive victory.
Our purpose is to kill.
Give us dust now. No.
Will
Right, is this my sector again? No, they must have absolutely wiped out the colony. Wonderful. Well, I can send a settler there shortly. I'll have to build one first. Right, I want the rest of the fleet. Head up here in preparation for an attack. And the same with the military behemoth. We'll try and take this sector while the war's on. You probably want to build something to defend yourself with, honestly. And Esh, actually, let's put a...
The roles have been determined. That is all.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's put a Corvette... I missed that. Let's put a Corvette up on top of the build list there, actually, so that we have a... so that we can bolster the fleet when it arrives. Because we lost one member. Few ignore Craver demands, few still live to tell the tale. Oh, a level up. We'll deal with that in a second. I don't know what this means. Another level up. Wonderful. Wonderful. Decreasing tension in the galaxy lead to a general increase in prices for luxury resources. How are there decreasing tensions? We're literally in an intergalactic war, the space equivalent of a world war. I think there's literally one nation that isn't part of one of the two alliances, and they've decided to attack me anyway, just for the fun of it. Yes, looks that way. Oh no, they're just hostile at the moment. Anyway, leveling. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Inspect. Right, let's save that. How is our research going, actually? I haven't checked on that in a while. It's quite high. Still loads more to do, though. No idea if we're even ahead of the computer or not on research. Wonderful. Space War. I'm not attacking anyone. I will retreat then. Those were some of my patrol ships I sent out a very, very long time ago. They survived, just. Maybe it's time they came home, actually. Battle at Esh. Oh, we are actually being attacked. That's not good. I think they may actually have enough forces here to win. They did. That's bad. That's very, very bad. And now they're attacking on the ground. This might be game. Yeah, they're gonna win Esh next turn, aren't they? Where's the fleet? How far away is it? A very long way away. It won't be there for another 5 turns. Ground battle at Nerod. Someone's got troops in there then. On our homeworld. The Scarred Combat Zone was the stage of the most devastating campaign that took place during the invasion of Al Magnifico by pirates. The battle claimed the lives of many soldiers. Pirates took control of the system. No, they didn't. I won. I don't know what that's about. Honestly, what we need right now is military and lots of it. Oh, what's that? A cruiser? I don't think we've built one of them before. I don't know enough about how the combat works in this game though to know if I would need a cruiser or a battleship for anything. Or what the advantages and or disadvantages would be. Okay, they've backed off of Esh. That's interesting. Our allies sent in some ships and then they just backed off. That's very fortunate. A hero available for recruitment, and this is a military hero. That may be exactly what we need. Or it may not. I don't know. Ecologist is also tempting. The Overseer focuses on system-wide resources and fleet development. The Overseer ship is more oriented towards support and defense, ready to draw fire or provide defense. Same with this one. So is there any reason to favour him over her? Aside, I mean, they have different political allegiances, but are they not going to function as generals identically? I'm getting that impression. So I'd rather have the ecologists in favour than the militarists at the moment. Although I get the feeling she's not actually going to be long for this world, because I'm going to put her in charge of the fleet. Where is it? There it is. Okay, I suppose we have to wait till it's actually at its destination. Oh, but the ground forces are still on the planet. Of course they are. That's not good.
We don't care what you think.
The Hive seeks an easy war, hence our attack on you. While you're engaged elsewhere, even Cravers sometimes fight dirty. Oh, they've come back as well. That's not good. Well, this little force is going to get destroyed. And Esh has been taken. What a nuisance. That will be useful. That will be useful. Oh wait. During battle, the hero organizes fleet formations in such a way that vessels are less vulnerable to energy weapons. That sounds fantastic. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okie dokie. Odd, I thought... that should have been on the list, but still. In fact, this will take so long to build. It's probably not even worth building, to be honest. I'm probably better off just building lots of other ships. Let's see what these are like then. Oh, another election. Wonderful. Well, there's no point supporting the pacifists while we're... oh, I may as well support them, even though they're not going to win the election. That will be useful once the war's over. Oh, I missed that. Right thing rule has been activated in your empire. Allows you to force peace when at Cold War with an empire. Okay. Wonderful. Right. Create. Merge. Right, we've got 16 out of 16. Now let's assign a hero, if I can remember how to do that. Assign to fleet. Yes, please. And now let's try and retake the system. Let's hope this works. This might backfire spectacularly. I should assign a hacking operation, shouldn't I? I should try to weaken Inmos's defences, and if I'd thought of it, I should have done so for Ash. Am I not allowed to, because I no longer have Ash? No, I can. Oh, wonderful. Nerod compromised again. Anarchy has begun. Your empire's fallen into anarchy. Once one turn has passed, a government of type dictatorship will be established. In the meantime, your laws have been abolished and you won't be able to vote in new ones. Wonderful. I wonder what mechanic caused that to happen. Right. Let's hope for the best. Wait, why does it say we're massively outnumbered? And why were we completely and utterly wiped out whilst doing almost nothing to them? Oh dear. Okay. Clearly there's still a lot about this game I don't understand. Alright, looking at the time, I'll probably stop there for tonight. I imagine I'll be starting a new game tomorrow. That'll be my next stream. I should also be streaming on Monday, which will presumably be more Endless Space 2. Then on Wednesday it'll be Poetry and Riddles, then next Friday again it'll be another video game stream, probably more Endless Space 2. I doubt I'll have completed the game by then. And then Saturday another video game stream as usual, I imagine. So yep, that's my upcoming streams. Thank you for coming everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you all have a wonderful night and good night.